hand up. Edward, your hand is up.
It was a mistake, sir.
Then you can put it down. Okay. Yes. So, any question? Something you read, you don't understand, you want clarification. Something we said last week, you couldn't ask a question on, you want clarification.
This call is now being recorded.
Yes, I'm listening. So what did we do last week? Let me ask you if you don't have a question. Last week, what did we discuss?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
I think last week we discussed and even came and ended around where stint in Christianity and that of Islam.
What about Christianity and Islam?
So that's why this. I said stint. Where we talk of Wali, Awliya. Yeah. I think
So
that was
what
where we stopped when you said we should go and we should read about how Pope John Paul II and then Mother Teresa became saints, or what made sense.
Yeah, so I was going to come to that one. I was going to come to that. But I wanted to know whether there's some question, something that we said that you don't understand and you want clarification. So if everybody is quiet, do I take it that you have all understood the discussions we've been having, or I have succeeded in confusing you?
Not confusing as such, but convincing. You
I
have
think we are
convinced us
okay.
rather.
So you have understood?
Yes, Doc.
Yes,
Oh.
bro.
I'll get to know when you write your quiz and your exams whether you understood or you were confused. Okay, so I asked that you should read on Mother Teresa and Pope John Paul. Who did? Yeah, Frank, thanks. Yes, who did? Yes, Osmanu.
Yes, Prof.
Please go ahead. Then Fume will come in after that.
No, you were asking those who read on Pope John Paul. That's
Exactly.
why I raised my hand.
Yes. That's why I said you should go ahead.
Okay, so I read that he was born on the 18th May 1920. And he was called, the name I can't mention it if I can spell it.
Don't worry about his pre-paper name. We know he's Pope John Paul II. He was Cardinal something before he became a Pope, so don't worry about that one. You tell. We know him as Pope John Paul II, not as his former name before he became Pope.
Okay. Yeah, so I read that he succeeded Pope John Paul I, who served for only 33 days. And this Pope John Paul II is the youngest Pope across the world. And he was the most traveled world leader in history, visiting about 129 countries. He was beautified in he beautified 1,344 people and canonized 483 saints. And he was canonized by Francis, Xavier Francis also. This is a little I can say about him. Say.
Okay. What I wanted, so when you read, you know, we had made a point that between the death of a potential pope and when the processes begin, it should be at least 5 years after his death. Did Pope John Paul's canonization process begin after his 5th year of death or before?
So it's before. I think I've forgotten a bit, but it's just about 1 year.
Okay. I think Fumi also had a hand up. I don't know whether she has dropped it. Fumi.
Prof.
Yes.
Hello, Prof. Yes. I also wanted to add to it concerning his miracles.
Okay.
He healed one Sister Marie Pierre from Parkinson's disease. And then the second healing was Floribeth, who was suffering from a severe brain injury. So that was what I wanted
to add.
Yes, please.
Well, that is excellent. I mean, that confirms the point we had made earlier on that ordinarily you need two miracles between beatification and canonization for the process to conclude. You know, Pope John Paul II was believed to have been was believed to have died from the challenges of Parkinson's syndrome. He was believed to have contracted Parkinson's syndrome, and out of the complications of that, he passed. And so it was no wonder that somebody who was also suffering from Parkinson's syndrome prayed to God, supplicating his name, and that person was healed. And the healing was confirmed by the medical committee of the Congregation for the Causes of Saints. What about Mother Teresa? Who read on Mother Teresa? Who read on Mother Teresa? She's now Saint Teresa of Calcutta. Who read on her?
Sir, she founded the Missionaries of Charity congregation in India. Hello, sir.
Yes, I'm listening.
She founded the congregation of a sister who called the Missionaries of Charity.
Yes.
Taking care of the poor. And it started from India, Calcutta.
Yeah. Yes, what else did you read about her? Is that all? Yes, Israel. Is that all you read about her?
Hello, sir. I'm sorry. I'm in the car. So it seems like I'm interrupted. So I'm coming from Accra. So in the car trying
Okay, so who else did? I'm not sure it's only Israel who read. If this were to be a face-to-face lecture, I would have asked you to write a quiz right now. Yes, Fumi, I can see your hand.
Prof, to add to what the first speaker said, I would also add that she was canonized on the 4th of September 2016 by Pope Francis. She also had a healing miracle through her intercession. She healed an Indian woman from a tumor in her abdomen through her intercession.
So were two healings recorded in her name or only one?
I read about only one.
Okay. Don't forget, we had made a point earlier on that the Pope had the right to waive the second miracle, especially if the person died of as a martyr. We had explained who a martyr is. Okay, yes, Mercy, I can see your hand. Thank you for me. Mercy, I can see your hand. Yes, Mercy, your hand is up. Hello, Mercy.
I want to talk about the
Yes,
second miracle
please do.
of the brain disease. That's the second miracle I also read about.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So we can see from what you have read that in all the two instances between beatification and canonization, there were two miracles recorded in the name of the two individuals we are talking about, Pope John Paul II and then Mother Teresa of Calcutta, who are now saints in the Catholic Church. And their sainthood came very, very quick. In other words, they were canonized at a very fast pace than others. As we're speaking, there's a Ghanaian who is waiting to be canonized. Archbishop Derry, he was the former Catholic Archbishop of, I think, Tamale Diocese. He has been beatified. So what it means is that one miracle has been recorded in his name. The Catholic faithfuls in Ghana are waiting for a second miracle that will be confirmed. If that is confirmed, it means for the first time in the history of Ghana or Ghana Catholic or Ghanaian Catholicism, we will have a first Ghanaian saint. What would mean is that Ghanaian saints will no longer have to be trying to Mother Teresa and others. They can just call on Saint Derry, and since he's a Ghanaian, he can understand our problems and send it to God quickly than you going through another saint. So that is the issue with saints. We had made a point also that saints don't punish people. In other words, they do not have the power to punish anybody. The main work they do is just intercession. So they intercede on behalf of the faithfuls who have challenges, who have problems, and then they pray to these faithfuls, and they have the belief that these faithfuls will take their worries to God and then grant them the answer they need. The Catholics also believe that the moment you are canonized and you assume the name saint, you are definitely now in heaven with God. You are definitely in heaven with God. And so it is very easy for them to channel their problems, their worries to the particular saint, so that saints can intercede or speak to God to have their problems answered or their difficulties dealt with. We're going to, having discussed saints in Christianity and in Islam under the banner topic of the potent dead, we're going to look at ancestors in indigenous African religion, or some people may also call it African traditional religion. Who are the ancestors? Now, when we talk about the cult of the ancestors, we refer to the systems of beliefs and practices associated with the special dead and their relationship with the living and society at large. In the indigenous African society, it is not all dead people who become ancestors. Now, ancestorship is actually conferred. So the people will recognize you as an ancestor, having satisfied certain criteria. In other words, you become an ancestor when the people have done this assessment and they have realized that you merit that honor. Now, Mbiti explains or calls the ancestors the living dead. And I'm going to explain what it means by the living dead. Now, by the living dead, Mbiti is saying that even though these people have died, they are still alive. They are alive in the spiritual world, from where they look back and lend a helping hand to the living or intervene or to deal with a specific situation. One other scholar, our own J.B. Dankwa, when he was discussing the idea of the ancestors in his book, the Akan God, he describes the ancestors as the friends of Nyame or God who are living in the court of God. And from there, they look back to intervene or to intercede. And so the ancestors were once members of the living community. In other words, they were also alive just as we are privileged to be alive. And having satisfied certain criteria, the people have conferred on them the status or the honor of ancestors. How does one become an ancestor? One will say the manner of death is crucial when the living are conferring that honor on you. Among the indigenous African, a death may be described as a good death. And by good death, it will mean dying from natural consequences. In other words, you lived to an ripe age and you died out of old age. Your death was not as a result of suicide or some incurable ailment or through accident or through any other means. Now, if you die through any of these means, that death will be described as a bad death. And you know, the Akan has a term for it, tofu. So when you die through an accident, that death is considered tofu. And I can't believe that the souls of such people are wandering around. Their souls cannot go into the ancestral world, or their spirit, I should say, the sunsum, cannot go into the ancestral world. It can also come back into this physical world.
I've written already. I've written already.
God's plan. Your mic is on, please. And because you can't come into this world and you can't also go back into the spiritual world, you become what the Akan will call Samankankan. And normally in the indigenous society, rituals will be performed so that your soul can be at peace and get the opportunity to reincarnate and then live a new life with the option, so that when you go through the process, you can die and become an ancestor. So the manner of death is important in how one becomes an ancestor. The second thing that is looked on also is about childbirth. So the question is asked, did you leave behind a child or children when you came into this world? If the answer is no, traditionally, the people will not call you in their prayers. They will not remember you in their prayers. And you know, in the indigenous societies, it is said that if you were born, you're a man, you're a woman, and unfortunately you're unable to have a child or children before you pass, in some societies, they mutilate your genitals. They may pierce it with needles and other things, with a strong message to you that next time, because of the belief in reincarnation among Africans, indigenous African believe that we reincarnate. In fact, it is said among the Akan that the Akan will reincarnate 7 times. And after the 7th reincarnation, the Akan will not reincarnate again. And so there's that belief that when you fail to leave behind a child or children, your genitals will be mutilated with the imperative, injunction, instructions that the next time you come back into this world, make sure you will leave behind a child. Now, one may ask, how necessary important is this? You know, when it comes to childbirth, the indigenous African take serious view as far as childbirth is concerned. Very serious view. And so when a couple, Frank, your mic is, yes, there's no noise though, but if you can put off your mic. A couple is married, and after a year, after 2 years, 3 years, there is no child. The family members get worried. They begin to find out. What is the cause of this childlessness? And you know, many years ago, before the advent of modern science and fertility experts or infertility experts or what have you, it was always said that a couple's inability to have children was because of the woman. And so the women were always blamed. And then before you know, they say, oh, you'll be there, and then your mother-in-law will come from the village with another small girl. And before you realize, she will tell you that no, she has brought a wife for the son, because she cannot die without holding her grandson or her granddaughter. But today we know that a lot of the men are the reason why their wives are not able to have children, because they themselves are, like it is said in their Akan, they are Tuesday farmers. And so, and childbirth is important because it ensures that society will succeed itself. Society will succeed itself. That is why indigenous Africans are very, very careful not to do anything to derail or to stop people from having children. Because if you are not having children, in no time society will become extinct. So childbirth is a very critical idea, when the idea of ancestors come in, then your moral life is important. Your moral life as an individual. And even how you even trained as a man, especially how you trained your sons, and as a woman, how you trained your daughters. Because if your sons become wayward, you, the man, is blamed. If your daughters are wayward, they blame the mother. Because in the indigenous, it is today that roles have changed. And so men are becoming mothers and mothers are becoming fathers, doing the work of fathers and mothers and all together. But in those days, when a man had children and they were sons, it was the responsibility of the man to train his sons, so they will become responsible adults in the society. But if he reneges on that, the society can punish him. Yes, I saw a question about women being blamed. I mean, today, like I said, you will still have some very conservative minds. Hello, I hope you are hearing me. I hope you are hearing me.
Yes, sir. We are listening, and we can hear you.
Okay. I mean, we still have situations where some very conservative people will blame women for their inability to have children. If the woman is unable to become pregnant, you may still have some very conservative people who may think that, oh, but the truth be told, there are many men who cannot impregnate their wives. I mean, scientifically, they have low sperm count. And if your sperm count is below a certain threshold, it doesn't matter. Yes, you are agile, you can have erection, you can last 100 days without any problem. Still, it doesn't matter if you do it continuously for 1 year. There's no way you can impregnate the woman if your sperm count is below a certain threshold. And that awareness is there today, and so it's no longer an issue today that only women are blamed. But because the society is a conservative society, you will still have some few people who still think that it is the woman's fault if the wife is unable to, if the man can't have a child, it is the woman's fault. And even today, the situations have happened where a couple have divorced. They were unable to have children when they were together. They remarried to different people. So the woman went and got married to another man. The man also got married to another woman, and they're able to have children with their new spouses. So it means that both of them were probably biologically incompatible. So science have come to open our eyes to appreciate some of these things. And so the blame on the women have gone down considerably. Very few noises still get heard. So back to the moral life. The moral life is very important. Very, very important. So the man, as a man, you must live a moral life, an upright moral life. But nobody will want to call an ancestor who was wayward, sleeping with people's wives and misbehaving and living a very, very immoral life. Who want to call on such an ancestor to come and do what for you? So the life you live is very, very crucial as far as your recognition as an ancestor is concerned. Any question? Any question? Yes, Mercy.
Sister, please, is it only men who are referred to as ancestors in the traditional religion?
No. It's both men and women. I mean, when the Akan says Nananum, they are not referring to only the men. So women are also ancestors. So there are women. I mean, when you look at it, you go to the Ahimfie. There's the women's stool room, where the stools of the former Ahima are also kept. So to be propitiated over the period. So women are also considered as ancestors. Ancestors are both male and female. One thing I should have said earlier is that, last week I had made a point that the potent dead are either dead or alive. Of course, as far as the ancestors are concerned, you must have passed on to the ancestral world, so you ought to have died. We don't have a living ancestor. Yes, Mutala, I can see your hand up.
Yes, sir. Sir, you said that as at now we have one Ghanaian who has been beatified, and we are waiting for the second miracle for his canonization. I would like to know exactly what is the first miracle, what has happened through him. Thank you.
Well, unless I check, I don't know the miracle that was attributed to him. I can quickly check for you. I will check.
Okay.
When we take the break, I will check, and then
Okay.
when we come, I will look at it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Any other question, please? Yes, any question? Yes, any other question, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please do, Agnes.
Please, sir, the issue of reincarnation, is it a myth or is a reality? Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you. It's a good question. It's not a myth. It's not a myth. It is more of a belief. It is more of a belief. and is it indigenous African through observation has come to the conclusion that we are reborn. There are times somebody is born and older folks who are around sees in that child one of their contemporaries who had died. The manner the child talks, his mannerisms, one would say that this child obviously is an incarnation of an old man. And so when the Yoruba of Nigeria is convinced that an ancestor has come back, they will normally name that child Babatunde. I mean, Babatunde simply means father has come back. There have been situations where a child is playing with other children and then makes certain comments. And adults who hears this comment begin to wonder, how did this child know that such thing ever happened? Or, I mean, a child at times could be heard to have, so there used to be a big tree at this place. And elders who have lived long enough to know that truly there was a tree, they will begin to wonder, how did this child get to know? And so there are beliefs that and observation that give credence to the Africans' understanding that we reincarnate. So reincarnation is not a myth, it's more of a belief of the people and their surrounding, their circumstances, the conversations of children. And in fact, you know, Nat, I'll let you speak, don't worry. Let me just make this point. When some mothers give birth to children and the child dies after some few days, the woman gets pregnant again for the second time, gives birth again, and for the second time, that child also dies after a few days. Indigenous Africans begin to suspect that it is the same child who is coming and playing tricks on the mother. So on the third occasion, when the woman takes it, gets pregnant, and gives birth again, they will give a horrible name. In fact, in the second instance where the child will have died for the second time, they may also mutilate that child. So they can take a blade and give a deep cut on maybe the thigh of the child. And it has been said that when this woman gets pregnant for the third time and gives birth again, that newborn child comes with the mark of the previous child. Where that child was cut, you will see that there's a mark if it is on the lap, a mark on the lap of the child at the very spot where the previous child was cut when that child died. And so all these are things that makes the indigenous African to come to the conclusion that we do come back. Let me hear you, Nat, if you are saying something.
Yes, Prof. So to continue from where you just ended your point. Yes, it's a belief, but then also I think there is this assumed reality that surrounds reincarnation. You know, reality is subjective. So within the traditional setting, where they have a situation, you look at the issue of maybe a child being born and dying, and maybe an incision is made on a part of the body, and the child is born, another child is born, and the same mark is traced. Some also, they have these birthmarks where there was an ancestor who had passed on. He or she had a certain mark, you know, on a part of the body. Then a child is born and they see the same mark or a similar mark at about the same spot. So this becomes a reality to them, you know, in a way. And that helps them to form the belief that an ancestor has, you know, been reincarnated. That is the point I want to make, bro. Thank you.
Well, that's an excellent excellent point you have made, and it is very true. It is very true. At times, I mean, a former student of mine at St. Nicholas Seminary in Cape Coast, in a lecture, I think it was an ATR lecture, or was it comparative? No, ATR. It was ATR. Told the story of a niece, a nephew of hers. Isa, you speak, don't worry. When this nephew was born, he looked exactly like one of the family's old man who had died. And when the boy grew up as 5-year-old boy, he was talking and giving commands like the old man. And so everybody in the family says it is this old man who has come back. And so the point you made is very, very true. Yes, Issa, let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. I think I stayed in a community also. What I observe about reincarnation is that because of the belief system, like you said, reincarnation is a belief. What I see is that as soon as the child is born, they give number of days to go. The essence of giving the number of days was to aid them to be able to go to visit the diviners, so that they can find out which, if the child is really reincarnated, which of the ancestor is responsible. Because they believe that if a child is given a wrong name without considering the ancestor that is responsible for the rebirth of that particular child, the child is likely not to live for long. And
Okay.
hence, the issue of reincarnation is taken very serious, especially when you come to this northern part of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I mean, these are very, very rich information you have given me. At least it will add to my knowledge, so that when I'm teaching some other student, I can always make use of them. Thank you, Isa, for this, and Nat and Mutala for. Yes, Mercy.
So please, I have a question.
Please do.
Is it always true that those who reincarnate have a unfulfilled, I don't know, is it missions? That is why they come back to finish it? Because I've heard some people talk about it. Is it always true?
Yeah, it could be one of the reasons for reincarnation. I mean, I talked about one's inability to have a child, and the belief is that during the funeral ceremony, you are told that next time when you come, please make sure you leave behind your footprint, more or less. And so, but like I said, the Akan is set to reincarnate 7 times. So if that belief is anything to go by, then it may not necessarily be because you have an unfulfilled mission. It could also be, I mean, yes, you could have had children, probably there are certain things you couldn't do, and so you have to come back to fulfill. But the idea that you are coming back to be able to fulfill your mission as a person is one reason why an ancestor may come back. An ancestor may come back. So that's point is true to some extent. It may not be all because you need to calm down. So no, that may not always be. You may have to come to fulfill an unfulfilled mission. That is a paramount reason for reincarnation as well.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. So, what do ancestors, what are their functions? We have said that for the ancestors, unlike the saints, they have the power to punish and to reward. So the indigenous African believe that the ancestors ensures morality in the society. Now, when you read Buzia says that the ancestors are guardians of the moral code, and they may punish people with sickness if they flout the moral code. And what are these moral codes? These moral codes are captured in the various taboos of the people. The various taboos of the people. They are moral codes. So if you flout them, the ancestors can deal with you. I mean, Buzia gives a story in that book of his, The Position of the Akan Chief in the Modern Political System. And he was addressing the subject of the ancestors. He told a story of this man who was on his sick bed and knew that it would be difficult for him to come out of that sickness. So he calls his brother, who was going to be his customary successor. And you know, among the Akan, when you die, it is your brother who succeeds you. There's this misconception that it is the Wafasi who succeeds you. But that is not really correct. The Wafasi will only come in when there is no brother in line to succeed. That is when, so when you read REL304D make mention of an Akan saying that's which goes by this. Niwamba nsanya Wafasi niade. So if your brothers from the same mother are not exhausted, the nephew does not inherit. So in this instance, according to Buzia, the man calls his brother and tells his brother, it doesn't look like I'm going to come out of this ailment. In the event that I die, you know that I have this cocoa farm at this place. Please, it is for my elder son. This other one, give it to this person. So he distributed his property. And the account calls it in Samansil what in modern legal jurisprudence will call the will. You die testate, so you die living behind a will. And you die in intestate, you die in not leaving a will. So he dies. Then this brother succeeds him. Instead of him to give to the son what the brother had instructed before his death, he appropriated the cocoa farm to himself. As times went by, something happened. He climbed his house to mend the thatch roof. You know, the olden days is not today's roofing sheet. It's the thatch roof that people were using. So there was a leakage, and he climbed to mend it, and then he slipped and fell to the ground and got injured. And he realized that his injury was such that he may not come out of it. So he also called his younger brother, who was also next in line to succeed him in the event he dies. And so he suspects that it is his brother who is summoning him before the ancestors. That before his brother died, he had instructed him to give his cocoa farm in this place to his son, but he didn't do it. And he believes that this fall is as a result of that. And so in the event that he also doesn't survive, when he takes over, he should make sure that the cocoa farm in that place is given to their elder brother's son, as he has instructed when he was alive. And so that's, he also died. And when the second brother took over, the first thing he did was to hand over. Yeah, he didn't want to die. It was to hand over the cocoa farm to the son. And so, and there are many stories in the literature that talks about how the ancestors are very strict in enforcing morality in the community. The ancestors also help in providing healing for the sick. They will visit family members in their dreams and show them antidotes to ailments. They are part of the sacred that help in healing, providing ailments as far as the people's health is concerned. The Igbo of Nigeria says that the first ancestor who was responsible for healing, Agu, anytime people are undertaking healing, they will appeal to Agu to come and grant them wisdom, knowledge to be able to deal with the healing, the ailments. And so when we are looking at the issue of ill health, the ancestors are normally called upon to ensure that they provide solutions to the members of the community who will need ailment or healing. Even childbirth, the ancestors are responsible for childbirth. When you read my PhD thesis, it's on online, you can Google and read it. In my research, I spoke to one of my interviewees, and we were discussing the issues of how ancestors come in to provide for the people. And so this interview of mine told me a story that a niece of his was married for some time and was unable to have a child. So she came to him and told him about it. So he says that he took her to the storeroom and implored on the ancestors, called on the ancestors to have mercy on their daughter and grant her a child. And so the niece also promised that if the ancestors will come to her aid and give her a child, she was going to honor them with something. So 1 year on, the niece got pregnant and gave birth to a baby. And she brought the child to the uncle with the promise she had made to the ancestors. And he tells me that they went to the storeroom to show the baby to the ancestors. That, oh, your daughter is back to show appreciation for what you have done for her. And so the ancestors play this important role as far as the healing, the provision of healthcare, dealing with infertility, and what have you are concerned. The ancestors also help in the selection of leaders for the community. Before a chief is selected, the elders, the Ohima, the elders will send emissaries to powerful diviners to go and ask the diviners who amongst the royals are their preferred choice. And they will come back. Of course, there are several groups may be sent out, and each of them will come back. And when the ancestors have selected on one person, you see that the various groups that went to different places may come back with a unanimous verdict. The ancestors prefer Odeshi Asumesi as their chief. But you see, if we take the Akan, for example, the chief represents the ancestors on earth. I mean, I tell students that the name Nana, which we use to refer to our chiefs, is the name the Akan calls the ancestors. So for the Akan, the ancestors are known as Nananum Samanfo. Nananum Samanfo. So when the Akan says Nananum, they are referring to the ancestors. Now, the chiefs are also called Nananum because the chiefs represent the ancestors on earth. I mean, they played a role like I would just yesterday or so. If you are following the news, the chief of staff has released some names of some 13 or so ambassadors. The first list of 13 or so ambassadors and high commissioners who will be representing Ghana or the president in the countries they have been assigned to. And all of them will assume the title His Excellency. And I always use that analogy when I'm talking about the relationship between the chiefs and the ancestors. It's like the relationship between the ambassadors and then the president. So in Ghana, we use the honorific title His Excellency to refer to our president. This same honorific title is used to describe the ambassadors, because the ambassadors become the president of Ghana in those countries they are domiciled in, or they have been sent to go and serve the country. And so the chiefs represent the ancestors. That is why Buzia will describe the chiefs as sitting on the stool of the ancestors. What's in Anakunya, so they sit on the stool of the ancestors. And the ancestors must give an approval for that particular royal to come and sit on. Also, the ancestors provide justice in the society. In other words, they can be called upon to adjudicate or to judge in a given situation. And they can punish, even with death, anybody that they find guilty of an offense. They ensure that the chief and his elders who represent them don't abuse their power through miscarriage of justice. Through miscarriage of justice, they will not allow that to happen. And so the ancestors are intermediaries. They take the problems of individuals, of the community, to the supreme being. And they also bring answers. They also believe to be in a position to deal with a specific issue. And so they can punish, they can also reward people who have done good, or punish those who have committed an offense. And so unlike the saints, who don't have the power to punish and reward, the ancestors have that power to punish and to reward. Any question? Is any question?
Hello, sir.
Yes, I'm listening.
Okay. What they and what is happening? Because we are seeing all kinds of here and there,
Sorry,
and this is not supposed to be.
Frank, your line is breaking. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me now?
I think it's clear now.
Okay, so my question is that from what we just discussed, that ancestors helps in the selection of leads, and I'm making reference to our account system and there's maybe other parts, so our chiefs and all that. When it comes to selection, you see that lately there are this agitation here and there where people dispute even the name that comes. Okay, maybe I think in the lineage, I think this is the person who is supposed to lead. They would never agree, and they are fighting here and there. What happens to that? Then what is the function of the ancestors when it comes to situations like this?
I like your question. You know, religion thrives on beliefs. Religion, that is, I mean, belief is the main vehicle with which religion is transmitted. And yes, the ancestors still play a role, even though we know that today the chieftaincy system has been corrupted. But if you are not qualified to be a chief and you become a chief, you may pay the penalty for it. I mean, I don't know whether, for example, I mean, you could die mysteriously and people will not understand how you died. And so today, the in terms of selecting of chief who becomes a chief, in fact, I have a course in the department, a course that I developed from my PhD thesis, chieftaincy and religion in Ghana. And as I teach the students the criteria to become a chief, the sacred, the what used to be, and now even there's the contemporary qualifications. And so things have changed, we know. But when it comes to the role of the ancestors, it cannot be discounted. And so if you are not qualified to be a chief and you bribe your way to be a chief, even if the people don't distool you, I mean, you could die a mysterious death and people will begin to wonder what happened. And then when it is established, to be found that, oh, Nananum despised that person because it was not fit for purpose. And so it's like today people are asking, so the river bodies that have been polluted, what are the gods? People ask these questions. How come Ankobra and Pra and Densu that are supposed to be powerful deities, how can they have sat by and allow Galamsey people to pollute them? Well, if you believe that those rivers are gods, for some people they don't have that belief. And they can go in and do what they want to do. So some of these things, when it comes to religion, because of the belief aspect of it, it's difficult to give a straightforward answer. Yes, Tete.
Hello, Doc.
Yes, please.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yeah, please, I want you to help me understand this. I've heard a colleague who said that anytime you see a butterfly flying around you, at times it will try to mount on you. That means one of your loved one who passed on is the one who used to visit you. So I may like to hear from you
Well,
whether it is
these
true or
are
not.
I mean, when we're growing up as children, we're told these things in Takwa. It could be one of those beliefs among the indigenous African that when a butterfly comes in, the butterfly may be a family person who has passed and is coming to visit. It's part of the indigenous African beliefs. I don't have any reason to doubt that.
Okay.
Yes, Isa,
Okay.
before Asari. Isa, your hand is
Yeah,
up.
thank you, sir. I think yes, I'm online, sir. Can you hear me,
Okay.
sir?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, Isa, do you have
yeah.
a question?
I think with the fun, yes, please. I want to know with the function of the ancestors. Uh, Almost everything they mentioned here sometimes is being tied to the sort of morality. I know that even the leadership, when you are not that kind of morally upright, you cannot become a leader. If you are, and then there are some people who would also be sick as the mantle of leadership has gotten to them. They will tell them that when they agree to pick it, they would be healed, especially now that Christianity and Islam are in place. Some people will say the things they are doing there is not clean and so on and so forth. And I have seen somebody who was not well like that, but as soon as the fellow is kept on the throne, the fellow is healed. I don't know where that from this mystery. Maybe through your studies, you might have heard something like that. So I want to hear more, sir. Thank you, sir.
Let me see if I got you very well. That if somebody becomes a chief, the person could be sick or something like that. I don't know if that's what you said.
Yeah, what I said is that sometimes when the issue of leadership is coming, because it's tied to the ancestors, the rightful owner may be because of sometimes the competition will come and a lot of people will be competing, and then this kind of traditional medicines, everybody is struggling, so they will use all kind of powers and so on and so forth. But you see that the fellow will ascend to the throne, and before you realize the fellow is healed, and they will tell you that it's the ancestors that healed the fellow. I don't know through your studies if you can be able to help us with that particular notion as to whether it's true or it's just a myth. Thank you.
I mean, if you are not the person who is supposed to be the chief, and you, through dubious means, become a chief, something could happen to you. I mean, there was the former Gamanche. He died in London when he was supposed to be the Gamanche. His body was not even brought to be given a royal burial in Ghana. He was buried in London. He was Dr. Joe Blankson. But he took the stool name Kintakitewia III. And the argument was that he was not, yes, he is a Gan, but he traces his root to the royal family through his mother, and the Gan are patrilineal. And so that disqualified him from becoming the chief. But he became the chief through certain machinations. The government of the day even gave him political backing. Not long after that, he took ill. He went to London to heal himself, and unfortunately, he died and was even buried in London. It could be that the ancestors might have dealt with him. It could be. And so some of these things, because they are not physical, it's difficult to establish, to prove it. That is why I made a point that religion thrives on belief. And so the people who believe that, yes, he has been dealt with by the ancestors because he was not qualified to be the chief, and he, using the political support at the time, was foisted on the people. And some way, somehow, the ancestors had their own way of resolving such issues. And so that could be, but like I said, since it is a matter of belief, a matter of spiritual, it's difficult to prove that that was what happened. But it is a belief of the people that the ancestors can always intervene when they need to intervene. Yes, Asari, let's take your question as well.
Yeah, thank you. So my question is solely going to center on suffering in the world's religions, West religions. Especially, you've made us to understand that basically there are two methods of suffering. That is the evil and that is the natural one.
I haven't come to suffering. Asari, we're just concluding on the potent dead, and so I don't know if you can hold on with your question.
Okay.
We'll come to suffering, then we can ask it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So, Stephen.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please, my question has to do with the age bracket. Is there a specific age that qualifies one to become an ancestor in the indigenous African societies? Because most often we talk about the ancestors, those who qualify, but we hardly hear of the age bracket. So if you could help me here.
Well, thank you. I thought I mentioned it. You know, normally, the ancestors must be old, and so, in fact, that should have been the first criteria that may be considered is that you should have, after the manner of death, I should have indicated you dying at an old age. At an old age.
Okay.
I'll explain why. I'll explain. Of course, old age is normally desirable. You should have died at an old age. Having died a good death, that death, you should have reached what we call the evening of your life. But there's an exception to this. If you died in defense of the community, you could be considered to be an ancestor. So at this age, this death, I had earlier on talked about good and bad deaths. A death of a hero in defense of his community, when the community comes under attack, is not considered a tofu or a bad death. It is considered a good death. So if you died from such a circumstances, then the people will still refer to you as an ancestor or honor you with that title. If we know the Asante history, you know, there's the history of Chinebua Kodia and how Chinebua Kodia, we are told, sacrificed his life for the Asante. I mean, the Asante during those periods were not so powerful against the Denchira. And Okomfo-Anokye is said to have predicted that the only time the Asante will be able to defeat the Denchira will be when Chinebua Kodia laid down his life for the Asante people. So when they went to battle against the Denchira, Chinebua Kodia was in front. He was not armed. While the battle started, as long as Chinebua Kodia had not died, the Denchira had the upper hand. But the moment Chinebua Kodia fell and died, the tide of the battle changed, and the Asante overpowered the Denchira. And so Chinebua Kodia is honored by the Asante in the song as an ancestor, even though that death was not a natural death. He died in the protection of the Asante. One, you also, if you know the history of the Fanti migrated from Techiman on their way to their current place of abode. When the Fanti got to Mankesim, if you read the literature, we are told that there were unexplained deaths, pestilence, certain things were happening. So the chief priest who led the Fanti from Techiman was called Ejahor. I mean, in our social studies, in our RME, we should have heard of the name Ejahor. So Ejahor went to consult, and then the oracle said, for the pestilence, unexplained death, and what have you to cease, there should be a human sacrifice. So who was going to offer himself or herself for such? And it happened that Ejahor volunteered that he was going to sacrifice himself for the good of his people. So he was sacrificed. And after that act, the pestilence that were troubling the people, leading to unexplained death and what have you, all ceased. And today, nobody says that Ejahor did not die a natural death. Ejahor is honored by the Fanti through the institution of the Ahumba Festival. So if you are from Mankesim and the Gomoa area, they have the Ahumba Kesi and the Ahumba Kakraba, where they honor the heroic deeds of Ejahor, whose selfish desire to offer himself as a sacrifice saved the Fanti people. And so death in defense of a community is not considered a bad death. And it doesn't matter your age. Don't forget that in the olden days, the Asafo were the young soldiers who fought and defended the community. And so if you fell as a young Asafo, it will not be said that that death was a bad death. It will be considered to be a good death. And you could be remembered or honored with the honorific title ancestor. I don't know if I've made myself clear.
Yes, sir. You've done exactly so. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last 2 weeks, that's fine. The Ahuba Festival, we are told, was celebrated recently. So, any other question? If there's no question, then let's. This lecture is supposed to be ending next week. Is that the case?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, please.
Yeah. So let's begin by looking at suffering. Suffering in the world's religions. So suffering is used in the context to mean unfortunate or trying situation in the life of humans. But in discussing the term suffering, philosophers may use the term evil to also describe the term suffering. And if you look at the world's religions, many a time religions come about as a response to the problem of suffering or evil in the world. So that suffering may be, or religion may come because of the people's response to the problem of suffering. When you read the literature, suffering may be described in two, or may come from two main sources. There's what we call the natural suffering or natural evil. So you say that I can interchangeably use suffering and evil. When I use the term evil, it's a philosophical description of the idea of suffering. So we have the natural evil and then the moral evil. The natural evil and then the moral evil. By natural evil, we mean evil or suffering that is caused by natural events, natural catastrophes. In natural evil, there is no human involvement in such suffering. So we take an example, an earthquake. It was last year or last 2 years, I think. We were here when we heard that one of our best footballers, Christian Achu, had died. And when we further details came, it so happened that, in fact, he was going to, his wife and children are in London. You know, he was playing in UK for long before he moved to Turkey. So the wife and children are still in UK. And he played a football match on Saturday. In fact, he even scored a winning goal. And so there was so much excitement, and he was supposed to have traveled to London that Saturday after the match. But because of the victory, maybe the manner in which the victory came, there was so much euphoria and in camp, and so he postponed his trip to London to see his wife and children. And unfortunately, on Sunday morning, the match was a Saturday, so Sunday dawn. In fact, he was going to leave Sunday evening to London. On the dawn of Sunday, there was an earthquake in the area where he lives. And the rest, as it is said, is history. We have buried him. Now, it is a natural consequences. Earthquake cannot be manipulated by anybody, unless it is today where maybe some, I don't know whether a bomb can be discharged and that bomb can trigger an earthquake. But naturally, earthquakes are considered to be natural phenomenon. There is no human hand in it. So you can't blame anybody for the unfortunate death of Christian Achu. You can't blame anybody for his unfortunate death. Then there's floods, there's famine. I mean, floods happen. Only yesterday, it rained heavily in Cape Coast and at London Bridge. For those of you who may know Cape Coast, there's, London Bridge is one of the old places in Cape Coast. A lot of the houses there were built in the olden days, so some of them are mud houses that have been plastered with cement to make it look like they are, but they are mud houses. And the rain was so heavy that one building collapsed, and unfortunately, an old man and an old lady lost their lives in that collapsed building. I mean, the rain came. It is not like somebody went in and threw a bomb into the room and blew the place up, and the building collapsed on these old folks and took their lives. No, it's natural. It is heavy rainfall. Of course, today one may argue that some floods are happening because of our own doings, which one will come to look at. Then there's famine. I mean, many countries are suffering from droughts. The rains are not coming, leading to droughts and leading to people dying from hunger and from thirst. Evil can also be described as moral evil. And moral evil are sufferings caused by the actions of humans against fellow humans. So when we go to the Middle East, that place is boiling as we're talking now. There's the Israel-Hamas conflict that is taking lives every blessed day. As we are talking now, it's possible somebody has been shot dead in the Gaza Strip. We've seen the exchange of bombs between Iran and Israel, and people are dying. And so these are moral evil. People killing others. They just take a gun and shoot somebody and kill the person. There are people who are assassinating the character of others. I mean, you are there and somebody likes you, the person is ready to help you. The person tells you, oh, don't worry, you come around. I'm going to look at what to do. I've heard you. Next week, Wednesday, please come. You are so excited. And out of ignorance, you go and tell a friend. Apparently, that friend is jealous or doesn't like you. Then that friend goes and assassinates you, assassinates your character, goes to lie about you, tell so much damage. And this person who has promised to help you is also irrational in his or her thinking, believes the lies about you. Wednesday, you go there and say, I'm sorry, I can't help you again. I didn't know that you were an evil person. You are the one going about doing this, saying all manner of evil about me. You will say all that you want to say, deny whatever. The person will go away. You are a bad person. Apparently, somebody else have gone to destroy you. So, moral evil. Evil that we perpetuate against ourselves. And the indigenous, yes, Nat, you want to ask a question or make a statement?
Yes, bro. This moral evil, I just want to share an experience that happened to a colleague of mine some years back.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for the permission. Well, he was with another. There were two colleagues, and they happened to be all teachers. So this one that I'm talking about, I'm referring to, had to travel abroad, and he saw the assistance of a parent, and the parent was eager to help him. But then apparently the other colleague of his had an issue with his wife, and that had to do with, I think he was dating someone, a female colleague at the workplace, and the wife got wind of it. So the wife one time came to the school and happened to interact with this colleague I'm referring to. So when the other one saw that, he assumed, later the wife went to accuse him of engaging in amorous affairs, at the workplace. So he wrongly assumed that since his wife was having a conversation with the other colleague of his, then the colleague was the one that might have, betrayed him to his wife. So he went to this parent and said all sorts of bad things about his colleague, because his colleague had made it open to all of them at the staff room that the parent wanted to assist him and all that. So he went and really defamed this guy to the extent that the parent now decided he wasn't really going to help. Now, I got wind of this when I happened to have been working with them many years later, and right in the staff common room, this gentleman raised the issue. I mean, he was saying it gleefully that, some years back, something happened and all that. I was the one that really went to tell the parent not to assist you travel abroad. and he said it with so much glee, so much excitement, and all that. So the other gentleman got so furious, and he had even wanted to really take him to the fetish or whatever. We had to talk him, out of doing it. But this is really, like you say, moral. What do you call it? Evil. That's what I really want to share. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's true, and I'm sure there are many stories you can talk about how people can be evil, how people can. That is at times it is said that before you share your success or you let the world know, you have to be sure that you have everything covered. Because if you tell the world how you are preparing, I mean, they would. People are evil in this world. I mean, there was a case where this lady, she was doing her PhD at UCC, the English department. This Ghanaian footballer, he played for Kotoko Godwin Ablode. That was the sister. She got appointed as headmistress in one of the secondary schools in Central Region there about then. First staff meeting she did, was it like a small party? Somebody dropped poison in her drink and unknowingly she took it and now she's gone. She was killed out of jealousy. Maybe somebody felt that he or she has been in the school for long and should have been the headmaster or headmistress, and where from you? I mean, we will just get rid of you. There are so much evil that you can think of in the world. Is there any other question? Any hand? Frank, this your hand. Is this still up? I know it was for the old. If you can drop it, or you are not by your PC. Okay, so let's continue. And dealing with the problem of evil or suffering, how do religious people respond? How do they respond to the whole issue of suffering or evil? There are two main means with which religious people explain or deal with the question of suffering. We call it the rational explanation and then the practical reasoning or response. Now let's look at the rational explanation. Yes, suffering has come and evil has been perpetrated. How do religious people respond so that its members can come to terms with the challenge? They use words to try to rationalize or to let the people come to terms with the challenge. So rational explanation becomes an important step in helping them to deal with it. And how is this rational? The people explain. I mean, for those of you who are Christians, what do the pastors say? I don't know if there are pastors on the platform. What do the pastors say? You give birth, and unfortunately you lose your baby, or you lose your mother, or you lose your father, or you lose your wife, you lose your husband, you lose a family member, a loved one. I mean, Christians will take you to the Bible. They will open the Bible. And they will get, where is your sting? God gives and God takes. This family member you see here, though lie before us, may be physically dead, but it's not dead. We will wake up. I mean, in the day of resurrection, we will all meet in heaven. And so you realize that in the sermons that will be said in the rationalization, you are made to appreciate the fact that death is inevitable. As human beings, we will die. God knows why death has to come at such a time like this. At such a time like this. And God is using it to test your faith. So Christians will take you to the book of Job. See Job, when he was tested and he lost everything, God was still with him. And so you are rationalized, you are made to understand that all these things are means of God testing you. Islam also has the same similar saying that you are suffering as a means to test your faith. It's a means to test your faith. Whatever happens, it is the will of Allah. So Muslims are told that in every situation, what are you supposed to say? Allahu Akbar. Allah is great, or Allah is the greatest. Allah knows why this should happen. Allah knows why you have to face this disappointment. And so the religion or the religious people will rationalize, will use these words to tell you. I mean, in indigenous African setting, if a woman is pregnant and she loses her baby, of course, it's to lose a pregnancy, I should say, not a baby. To lose a pregnancy is very traumatizing. Very traumatizing. You say, oh, it is good. You have lost this baby. We don't know what this baby would have turned out to be. They will also tell you, it is better for the water to spill than for the pot to get broken. And you know, the earthenware pots in the olden days, that was what our mothers, our sisters will use to go to the riverside to fetch water. And so if you fetch water and the water spills from the pot, but the pot doesn't fall down and get broken, what do? You just pick up the pot, dust yourself, and go back to the river's side and fetch fresh water and come back. And so elders will tell you, you don't have to worry. As long as the pot is not broken, You can always fetch another water. What are they saying? It would have been worse if you had died. But it is the baby in the womb that has died. You are still alive. You are strong. You are healthy. There will be another opportunity for you to get pregnant again and have a child. And so religious people uses these means to rationally make you come to terms with your condition. This world is not my own. In my father's house, there are many mansions. If it were not so, I wouldn't have told you. I'm going to take the lead and prepare a place for you so that I will come and take you there. And so, with this at the back of your mind, you know that we are like pilgrims passing through this world. And our mansions are waiting for us in heaven. So religious people uses this to rationalize, to help you to come to terms with this calamity that will have befallen you, whether it is natural or whether it is moral. Religious people are very much aware that just rationalizing is not enough. Making people to come to terms with their condition is not enough. So they take the next step, which is the practical response, practical explanation or response. What do? They know that, you have lost a loved one. You have lost an income. You have lost your economic source of income. You have been sent away from school because you're unable to pay school fees. Something has happened. Yes, it is not just enough to say God knows why this should happen to you. God knows why there should be an earthquake. God knows why a fire should engulf your shop and burn down your shop. But they take steps to deal with the suffering. So they provide physical items. Oh, well, because of circumstances, you're unable to fend for yourself. So let's give them food. Let's provide them with temporary shelter. So give them water, give them mattresses. People have lost their livelihood through fire disaster, whether it was natural or whether it was moral. What do? Let's provide them with some soft capital. So everybody, regardless of how much you have lost, we are giving you all 5,000 Ghana cedis to begin something. Or we are giving you this number of roofing sheets. We are giving you these things to repair your damage, to rebuild. And so some practical things are provided to ensure that the suffering you are, there's some alleviation. There's some alleviation in the suffering. Please give me a minute. I'll be able to. Yeah, so let's continue. So the practical means is to help you to overcome, because you see, if you read it, for those of you who read the Bible, I don't know whether there's a Quranic verse. Muslim colleagues can help me with it. But if you read the Bible, to understand what I'm saying, then read the book of James. The book of James is very clear when it comes to practically dealing with situations like this. James says that if somebody comes to you and says that, oh, my brother, I'm hungry, I haven't eaten for some days now, you don't tell the person, oh, may the peace of God go with you. The peace of God can never fill an empty stomach. The peace of God will be meaningless for a hungry man. James says, give the person food to eat. When the person has eaten and is full, then when we are talking about the peace of God, it will make sense to him or her. And so, practical solution to solving the problem is what will make sense to people when they are in such a dire situation. You cannot, I mean, you're a pastor and your church members are suffering, and every day God loves you. God loves you. God knows why you are suffering. Maybe they will leave the church. But there's another church where the members are there, and then the pastor, I mean, there's this church that I went with my wife. People came to give testimony. Somebody's talking about how life is difficult. There and then the pastor says that, no, please, church members, let's help this woman. Who has 100 cities? Who has 50 cities? Who has this cities? In no time, they're able to put together some money. About 2,000-3,000 cities. Madam, take and start something doing. That is practical response to the problem of suffering. But if you're in a church and people are suffering in the church, and all that the pastor who knows about that God loves a cheerful giver, God will see you through your suffering. God will bless you. God will let you over. Please, in no time, the church members, one by one, they will be running away from the church. They will be running away from the church, because it is not God will bless you and God will see you through that will deal with their problems. They want practical solutions to their problem. Yes, the love of God abounds everywhere, but the love of God does not pay bills. The love of God does not pay school fees. The love of God does not pay our hospital bills. And so you see some religious bodies, they have NGOs. We have the Catholic, is it the Caritas they call it, Catholic Renewal? There's the ADRA, Adventist Development Agency. We have the Muslims groupings who will go to a community and provide. So there's a community that needs water. They don't have water. We go and provide them with borehole. We have, I think ICGC has a scholarship for children. I know Pentecost also has. And so a church, a religious group will always provide for people. And that is what we call the practical response to dealing with the problem of evil. Yes, any question at this point? Any question, please? Any question? Okay. So Yetunde and Iyabo also means mother has come. But thank you, Fumi, for that. I'm happy. I always use Babatunde as example. Now I can add Yetunde to it. Yes, Isa, please, let's hear you. Isa.
Thank you, sir. What I understand from the rational explanation and practical explanation is what I'm trying to put across to for us to see. Uh, Explanation to suffering to the best of my knowledge. I think that's the consolation or
Isa, can you raise your voice a little?
The one,
Isa.
I said, yes, sir.
Please, kindly raise your voice.
Said, yes, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, yes.
Can you hear me? Okay.
We can hear you.
I said the rational explanation to my own understanding, the rational explanation does the consolation of this kind of counseling to put the fellow to be able to stay or to be able to stay with the issue or the problem or the calamity the fellow is into. Whereas the practical explanation is rather encouraging individuals to give a helping hand to the one who has been struck by that calamity. Yes, like you said, in Islam is there, you in every religion is there. The essence of zakat, and that is why we have zakat house. The zakat house, though this is not Islamic, what will I call a country, but that is what is supposed to be done. So that in case of anything, those particular zakat will be collected and kept at one place. Then when people come like that, the practical thing is that you get something for them so that they can be able to start afresh. That is the essence. And this is what I think I want to put across. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you, sir, for that's wonderful. And it is true. In Islam, one way the Quran has put up to deal is through zakat and also sadaqah. Sadaqah is the voluntary giving, and so you are walking on the street and somebody accosts you and is asking for help. You can give to that person. That is zakat. That is sadaqah. But zakat is more of obligatory, which is one of the pillars of Islam. Yes, Richard, let's hear you. Richard, let's hear you. Your hand is up.
So, please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go on.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Kindly go on.
Okay. Okay. When you're talking about the practical aspects, and you were saying that some people, if the church fails to help them, or a denomination fails to help them, and they can stop it and go to a different thing. And I want to say, is it enough a reason to say that I've stopped joining a fellowship or a denomination, a group, because they failed to help me in this regard? Now, why I'm saying this is that I don't think the core mandate of any religious community is just to provide these economic support to people. In fact, Jesus did not come to bring money. The salvation or deliverance he came to offer, just like the Jewish were offended in him because they thought he was going to be a warrior kind of a political type of deliverer, but then he offered a different type of deliverance. If the church or a religious group turn his focus to those things, is it not in a way going to affect the core mandate of the group or the religious family?
Well, I will respond to you.
Sir, please, did you hear me?
Sir, I want to answer that question.
Yeah, I heard your question, but let me let
Please,
is it
I want to answer the
please,
question. Okay,
yes,
sir.
respond. I'll come in when you and Nat have done. You go on.
Okay, sir. Sir, please, I was teaching in one village in Koko, and there was a disabled girl who uses a wheelchair. She fellowships in one of these Orthodox churches, and then the wheelchair at a point got spoiled. So during the rainy season, you see her dragging her bottles on the ground in the mud to school. So she comes to school and she's dirty. And the old wheelchair she was using was given to her by one charismatic church. So I asked her whether she has written to the church where she fellowships, because I know it's a big church, they should be able to help. And she said she has gone to see the pastor before and nothing was done. So I followed up and I told the pastor about the wheelchair issue. And he told me that it is not the responsibility of the church to be doing those things. So then I asked him again. So imagine this girl's offertory she gives to the church every Sunday. She puts it in a piggy box. Do you think she will not be able to afford the wheelchair in 2 years? Because every Sunday she gives offering. Aside from the Sunday, she goes to other programs and gives offering. And the man got offended. So I followed up and told the girl to go and fellowship with the church. That gave her the wheelchair initially. Probably when they see her again, they might help her get another wheelchair. Until I was able to get in touch with an NGO to provide the wheelchair. I felt bad because for the man to tell me it wasn't their mandate, what is Christianity all about in the first place? After winning the soul, what do you do with the soul you have won? Do you let it go? No. We are supposed to be there for each other. So you realize that in the rich communities, they will tell you they will not go to the church, but rather they will be helping people. That is their way of spreading the gospel, also winning souls. So sometimes if we use it as it is not a core mandate, then there will be a problem because some people actually need genuine help. Genuinely, they need help. If you know somebody you can just advise, go and do this, go and do this. Maybe you get money. That one is a different thing. But this is a child who crawls. And you see that child crawling to church on Sunday. It was later a new minister came and had to buy the wheelchair for the girl.
Hello, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, sir, I understand his point. I'm not denying the fact that the churches or religious group can help. I even, as we are talking about, they do. And there are some who are doing marvelously well. But I am after the focus because I realize that there are many people, once they see that, okay, so this Christian or religious group is good at this, they will go with the aim of acquiring or securing that help for themselves, other than just being transformed or any other thing. Any other thing. Recently or 2 years ago, I'm not a Church of Pentecost member, but people were citing the chairman that he said tithes or offerings are not to be given back to the people, and many people got offended. Now, I want us to look at that situation this way. Just like my Justina or was saying, why do you say that the offering I give to the church, if I save them in 2 years' time, it will be able to? Is it because you think you give money to the pastors or what? Because if somebody goes to a shrine and offer a cow, a sheep or something, how many times will somebody go back to the fetish priest and said, okay, the other day or for all the time I've been coming here, I've been giving money, cattle, goats, and whatever. Now I need money, so give me back something I have offered here. Why don't people go there and make that claim?
Hello. So, if you are done, can I come in? Yes.
Hello.
Let's look at the life of Jesus Christ and what he stood for. Now, when Jesus started his ministry, he started in ministry with the poor, and he ended his ministry with the poor. How rich was Jesus Christ? But he would attend to the physical needs and the spiritual needs of as many as followed him. And as many as followed him were the poor. We had rich persons, women, and others that followed Jesus Christ. What he did was that he used the resources, he raised resources from them to support the poor. He had to feed the 5,000. He had to feed, I think, about the 2,000. When Jesus passed, when he ascended into heaven, and the early church began, now there was the issue of those believers that came, those persons that came around during the day of Pentecost. Now they all hung around the temple, and the believers, the disciples, apostles realized that these people had nowhere to go. So they determined that, okay, they were going to raise resources. And that was what they said, okay, if you have land, that is, you are rich. Because if you have land, you are rich. Whatever it is that you have that you can afford, bring it so that we will use it to feed that, what do you call it, the poor who were hanging around the temple. They didn't even have anywhere to sleep. And so these monies were, we had Barnabas who came in with resources. Then we have Ananias and Sapphira. We know their story. They all came in with resources and all that. Look, religion is built around the poor. And that is why I'll doff my hat off for churches like the Presbyterians, the Methodists, let's say the Protestants, the Orthodox, and to some extent the Pentecostals. Because look, they have helped the poor. Collectively, they have provided resources within the church. There are so many groupings and so many activities that take place there. And the system is run in such a way that the pastor is not the center of the church. And the pastor is taken care of. At least the pastor is provided what the family needs. The pastor is not given beyond his or her, giving more than he or she needs, so the poor can be taken care of. That is Christianity. But you talk about another church, well, look, you are organizing a program. You are saying that everyone should bring everything, even your booster, they call something booster, even including your pocket money. Bring it onto, and that the Lord will bless you. But this very pastor that is talking this way, after the program, he is going to be given a heavy envelope. He is going to be refreshed. He is going to sit in his car. I have given out my money, my transport money. I'm going to walk to the house. He's going to ride. No, that is not Christianity. That is what we are talking about. The focus is the poor. Jesus never came. He came, his attention was what? The poor in terms of the spirit, the poor in terms of the physical. The church is supposed to be a place where we mobilize resources and we redistribute. That is what the church is meant for. The church is not a place for exploitation. If we want to talk about exploitation, the wealth. But if we want to talk about, the church promotes equality. It is not everyone that can be rich. No. But so you can't be a pastor and you tell me you're a millionaire and people are struggling in your church and you say that it is because of their sins, that's why they are struggling, or because they are lazy. How can a pastor become a millionaire? It is never possible. It can never be for a pastor to become a millionaire because Jesus never became one. Every resource that came to him, he shared. I mean, Mary Magdalene and others, they all supported his. I mean, Luke talks about these people, these women all supporting his ministry. Look at someone like Paul. Paul will go around and mobilize resources for churches in some areas that were poor. Paul did that. And he told them that was a blessing. So Jesus set the pace for us. Paul did. Look at all these churches. Look, there are many churches in Ghana. After the death of the first generation of pastor leaders, the churches will collapse. We have seen it. You go and read about church history, right from pre-independence days up to now. But look at someone like the Pentecost, the founder of the Pentecost church. When he came, he established this church. He set up systems. And then when he was returning at the airport, a journalist asked him, how do you establish a church that is fast growing like this and then you leave? He told them that I came with nothing and I'm going with nothing. He went to the United Kingdom. The church took care of his needs and all that until he passed away. He didn't enrich himself. And that is the difference between us and the other continents. We are too greedy and we are too selfish. Not all of us anyway. All the churches that have survived a century in Ghana are churches that were introduced from outside. All the churches. People came and they made sacrifice. A white man will leave all his resources and make sacrifices for us. But we cannot make the sacrifice and we want to live good. Please, the church is for the poor. The church is meant for the poor. Jesus came for the poor. And Jesus mobilized resources from the rich to support the poor. Paul did the same. Peter did the same. They all did the same. Let us all also do the same, so that at the end of the day, the world will be a better place to live. Otherwise, we are not winning. I'm telling you. Thank you.
Yeah, Brother Matt, I want to say this. Now, you know, when you read the Bible in the book of Acts, the Bible says Jesus was in the synagogue. People were giving offering. Now, at the end of the day, Jesus praised a certain widow. Why? Because she offered all that she had. It was never written that Jesus gave the money back to the widow because that was. If a pastor tells you to go and do something, it's not a command. It's not out of compulsion. A pastor tells you, and you, by an act of faith, you do it. You see, if you go to church, you don't believe in God, or if you don't believe that what you are doing can produce something, you also need intent. Then why do you want to do it? Then later you come back. I remember the other day I was watching a movie. Somebody was dragging the pastor because the pastor said, when you offer, God is going to bless you. This guy was keeping somebody's money. He offered the money and didn't get anything in return. So now he's on the pastor's neck that the pastor should give the money back to him because he thought he was going to receive it in double fold. But then it didn't go that way, so the pastor should give the money back to him. You see, pastors don't force anybody to give anything. I haven't gone anywhere where a pastor is forcefully trying to say that everybody should go and do it. People do their thing claiming they have faith. So if by the end of the day maybe you are suffering, you don't blame the pastor. Now in the book of Acts chapter 6, when the people were sharing the food to the needy and those things, you realize that it started creating problems. They went to tell the apostles and they told them that it was not good for them to leave prayer and the word of God to go and serve tables. That was where they started appointing people like Stephen and other people to start sharing the food. Now, when the church or a religious group,
Richard, it's okay. It's okay.
Hello.
Yeah, it's okay. We've had the argument. I mean,
all right.
Is when it comes to religion, people are always passionate. As for the Bible, you can use the Bible to justify any action you want to take. Every action, good, bad, and the ugly, there are justifications in the Bible. So but one thing that is clear is about the practical, and I think Nat alluded to it, which has to do with when Jesus fed the 5,000. If you read the conversation there, The disciples said, we don't have any food. The people are many. Master, send them into the town to go and look for food. Jesus said no. Jesus saw an existential problem, and he dealt with that existential problem, which was on hunger. So he gave a practical solution. Jesus could have just dispatched the people into the town, go and look for your own food. But he felt that that was not right. And so the point we are making with the practical solution is religious people will always respond to the suffering by practically taking care of them. Rational explanation alone does not suffice. Now it's a 2:42. Let's take a break, some 10 minutes break to drink some water. We'll be back 2:52 to continue with suffering in 3 of the world's religions. So let's take some break.
All right, sir.
You said.
Hello. Hello. Oh.
Hello. We are there. Hello.
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 Please, we are on break.
Yes, please.
Oh, okay.
It's at 10 minutes.
I went off, so I want to know if we are still. Okay, thank you.
The lecturer said 10
We are on
minutes.
break. Okay, thank you.
Where is Brother Nathaniel? Brother Nathaniel, when we close from class, you have to meet me back door and we continue this thing. How can you tell me that pastor cannot be in the meeting? So
You come again. You said, how can I? How can I? Hello.
Why would you say?
Hello. That
why
what?
would you say that pastor cannot be in the meeting?
I mean, look. Let me tell you what. If you don't look, if a pastor does not understand ministry, he shouldn't come out there and lie about ministry. You ask yourself, the one that you say you are following, was he a millionaire? Look. Let me tell you what. It's just like you're a president of a country. you are managing a whole, lot of resources. Those resources are not meant for you. So the system is supposed to take care of you, meet your needs, at least the needs, that's basic needs that will allow you to be able to focus on the work that you are doing. The other resources, the chunk of them, 99% of the resources, or 99.9% of the resources are not meant for you. Look, if look, the pastoral work, that is why I'll say that many of them have not been called. If you are called into pastoral work, look, all those who have been called into pastoral work and the work that you don't know, you only hear when they pass on and view the good things that they have done. Call yourself a pastor, a millionaire, then you are not called. You are not called, because even the master you are serving, Jesus wasn't, Peter wasn't, Paul wasn't. But you see, so much resources came into their hands and they made use of these resources for the benefit of society. Look at what the early church was born as a result of the poor. It wasn't a matter of that. It was as a result of the poor. After they had preached to the people on the day of Pentecost, majority of them had nowhere to go. And therefore, there was the need to feed them. Many of them were even sleeping in the temples. Go and read early church history. Many of them were sleeping in the temples. So you see, this mushroom kind of pastors, you go to a mushroom Bible school, they indoctrinate you. Not you, I'm not referring to you specifically, I'm just generalizing it. They indoctrinate you and they come and they pursue their own parochial interests. Please, Western culture is not Christianity. Western culture is not Christianity. Even our own culture does not promote this kind of attitude. The chief is not rich. The chief is not rich. The resources of the community has been invested into the chief to use for the development of the community. So the community decides as to how best to take care of the chief. You don't decide how to take care of yourself. So you made mention of the Hellenist Jews, during the time when the early church began, and there was that confusion because the Hellenist Jews thought they were being discriminated against another in the sharing of that was when church administration began. That was when there was the need for church administration. And church administration is devoid of the personal interest of the pastor. That's why Peter and Paul and Peter, James and John and others said, we would distance ourselves from church administration and focus on the preaching of the word. So if you're a pastor and you are more interested in church administration and you're enriching yourself with these poor, from these very poor, you are supposed to, when the rich come, that was it. He said, look, Barnabas said, oh, I have land. I'll sell my land and I'll come. Your voice is not open.
I like this. I like that you. Hello. Brother.
Yes, sir. Your voice is not very clear, but
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
Yeah. Do you know it is written nowhere that Jesus was a poor person. It's not written nowhere that Jesus was poor.
Don't need to be told that Jesus.
When you read Paul's letter,
read anything from.
Please hold on. You are done with your part. Let me go. When you read Paul's letters, you are going to see a number of times he was either commended a church or some individual people for providing some kind of support for him. You see? Yes. So even Jesus took money from him.
Was Paul selfish?
If you want to say that was for a pastor, or and the people the president can be able to provide for the entire nation, which president will be able to do that?
Look, my brother. You see.
There's no president that can take care of the entire nation from his own pocket money.
It looks like you are not getting my line of argument.
Hello.
You are made a leader.
Nathan, not getting. Hello. Nathan Richard, your discussion is, we are all interested, but then This we're on break. I thought we were going to call each other behind the closed door and have that discussion.
Yes, I'm doing the towel, dog. Hey, prop, sorry.
Bro, we thought you had also gone for break. That's why we were discussing. We thought you had also gone for break. You know you were around.
Bro, I think we should, let's take it up privately.
Yeah, we'll do that later.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
we'll come soon. Hello,
Hi.
we're on breaks. A little break, so
Yeah,
others are
10
joining. Yeah, by 3 we'll come back. Let's give us a few more minutes.
And say, yeah, yeah, say, yeah, yeah, kono. Mami show me no more. Yeah, yeah, say, yeah.
Asare, is your no one yana what do when why?
Martin, Prof. Martin Darcy.
Okay, so my love. So let's welcome back. While others join us, we can. So after the passionate discussion on the practical solutions, we're going to take examples from 3 of the world's religions. We should deal with 1 today or 2 today. And then God willing, next week we'll look at 1 more and then deal with the last topic for the session. So we'll look at, I hope the passionate discussion, maybe we should have held on it for now, but it doesn't matter. It has given me an idea of how we'll look at this one will go. So suffering in Christianity. We say that the Christian accept that suffering exists in 2 aspects, in the physical and in the mental. And the idea of suffering is borrowed from the Jewish idea. I mean, don't forget that a lot of what we call Christianity is actually a Jewish belief. So normally we say Judeo-Christian idea or concept. So how did suffering enter into the world? The Christian notion of suffering is borrowed from the Jewish notion of suffering. We had earlier made the point that the philosophers were interested in the problem of evil or suffering. Now, when we look at the Christian idea of suffering, it has become a doctrinal issue. And philosophers call it the problem of evil. The problem of evil. Epicurus is credited with this statement. Epicurus was one of the Greek philosophers. And in talking about God and his relationship with the subject of evil, Epicurus asks certain questions. He says, is God willing to prevent evil, but not able? Then he must be impotent. He went on to say again that if he is able, but not willing, then he is malevolent. Malevolent means wicked, evil. If he is both able and willing, whence then is evil? In other words, if we say that God is all powerful, omnipotent, and everything, then where is this whole subject of evil or suffering coming from? Is it a case that he can prevent it, but he's not ready to do so? If that is the case, then it means he's not that powerful as we claim he is. But if he's powerful enough to stop evil, and he is not doing so, or is not willing to do so, then it means he's a wicked guy. Then he goes on to say, if God is both able and willing, then where come from the subject of evil? Then where is the subject of evil coming from? Now, Christian theologians have attempted to solve this problem of evil. And we'll take two of such theologians and discuss how they try to solve the problem of evil. The two Christian theologians are Augustine and Irenaeus. So we begin with Augustine. Augustine makes the point that God created a perfect human being. So he was trying to see where evil or suffering came into the world. That God created a perfect human being. And he says that Adam, the first man, fell, and his fall was very, very catastrophic, very huge. How did he fall? He walked out of God's plan and encountered a world full of suffering, which is a punishment for going contrary to the will of God. And so, according to Augustine, suffering entered the world because Adam misused his free will. And to him, that is to Augustine, God is using suffering to separate those who are on his side from those who are opposed to him. And so, as far as Augustine is concerned, suffering came into the world because of man's disobedience. Having been created a perfect being, he stepped out of the will of God and encountered suffering. What about Irenaeus? What was his own discussion or argument in dealing with the concept of or the problem of evil or suffering. Irenaeus says that humans were not created perfect, but rather created with the capacity for goodness. He goes on to make the point that humans were to undergo character training and moral growth so as to reach God's intended perfection. For him, man fell not because he was not perfect. Man fell because man was immature, and that immaturity caused him to commit an error, which led to his fall. And so when you look at the two arguments, one is saying that, oh, we were all perfect, we were created perfect, and then out of greed, out of disobedience, we fell. The other said, no, we were not created perfect. It was God's desire that we will grow up to be perfect. But unfortunately, because of immaturity, we committed an error, and that error led to the fall, which eventually led to suffering. Now, Christianity uses the theoretical reasons to explain the existence of suffering in the world. So, the question we may want to ask ourselves is, do Christians use sin alone as an explanation for suffering? If that was the case, why then do the innocent suffer? So is it only because of sin? There are people who are innocent. I mean, for example, a child is innocent. But we see children who are born, who have not committed any sin, and they are already suffering out of some deformities or some kind of ailment. That suffering, is it because of their sin or because of what? So why should the innocent suffer? If sin alone is the reason why we suffer. So Christians believe that suffering can be used to test their faith. Suffering can be used to test their faith. And so normally the example of Job is given. The example of Job is given. Job and all that he went through. And the wife, he won't tell him, why don't you curse God and die and leave everything? But he was resolute and went through the suffering and came out triumphant according to the writer of Job. So Christians are aware that you cannot deal with suffering with only rational explanation. Of course, the practical steps are important to deal with the problem. The life of Christ provides that practical example. So what did Christ do? What did Christ do? We saw in his ministry, he was aware that he himself will suffer, and the end will be his death. But he met suffering actively and positively in his life through his death and resurrection. When you look at the life of Christ, being aware of his suffering was because he understood his purpose as a Messiah. And the Messiah was going to suffer like a suffering servant. So for Christ, suffering was not something personal to him. He did not suffer because of his sins. He suffered because of salvation for the many, not just the few. How did Christ in his ministry deal with the problem of suffering? And so we can look at his healing ministry that dealt with both physical and mental aspects of suffering. So we saw healing the blind, healing raising the dead from the healing the mental people. In fact, he dealt with both the physical and mental aspect of suffering. He did not only do that, he fought the social system of his time, and that social system that brought suffering to the people. So he was very, very aggressive in attacking the religious leaders who use religion to suppress the people. So we saw, if you read the Gospels, we saw his battles with the Sanhedrin, with what's it called, the Pharisees and the Sadducees and the Romans and what have you. At a point in time, he got angry, grabbed hold of a thing, and whipped the hell out of those who, in his opinion, has turned his father's house into a den of criminals, because he felt that it should be a place of refuge, a place of prayer, a place where people will come and find solutions to their problems. Instead, the people have turned the temple into a place where their problems were multiplied. And so he fought the social system of his time. I mean, why should the laws be made to strangulate the people? So he said the laws are made for man and not man for the laws. So the Sabbath must be observed. Why not? But the Sabbath cannot be observed to the detriment of the life of somebody who is suffering. So you can see that he fought against the social system, the injustice of the time. Of course, he provided the needs of those who came to him, feeding the thousands of people, feeding the thousands of people in the desert, either whether it was 5,000 or 2,000, he fed those people. And so when we look at this concept or the subject of suffering in Christianity, and we look at the life of Christ, we saw how through his ministry, he was able to deal with suffering in both practical and in both rational, physical, mental means. Any question on Christianity and suffering and how, looking at the life of Christ, he was able to deal with it? Any question? Can we proceed on it, on that, please?
Yes, Prof. Let's proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Prof.
And this will be the last religion we'll treat for today. Next week we'll. Okay, I have posted. I mean the slides. The course will kindly make the slides available to. Some says they don't have it, so kindly make it available to them, please. I hope you're on Israel. Is Israel on? Is Israel here today, or he couldn't join us today? So kindly remind Israel to repost the slides on your platform so that those who don't have it can have it, please. So
hello, Prof.
Yes, Sefako.
What you just taught us is easy to be traced in John. So John chapter 8 verse 7. Then we have Luke chapter 4 verse 18 to 19. It's well stated over there. Also John chapter 2 verse 15 to 16. It's very clear there. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you also for adding up to our discussion. So let's look at suffering in Buddhism. Now, Buddhism is a religion that was founded in India. It was founded by a man called Siddhartha Gautama. Now, he was born to a very rich family. His father was a king, so he was a royal and was going to succeed or would have succeeded his father as the king of his people. But along the line, he discovered something. He discovered that the world was not all that he has been made to believe. A world where there's no problem, everything is fine, there is no challenge, there is no suffering, life is easy. You don't think about where the next meal will come from. You don't know that people will die. You don't see sick people. In fact, it was a world that was like how the world to come is described in either the book of Daniel or it is described in the book of Revelation. Then one day he had an experience and he discovered that there was a direct opposite to the world he had always lived. And that world is a world of suffering, of difficulty. So that set him thinking, what do I do to end suffering? So he set out one day to look for the solution to the problem of suffering. Scholars tell us that one day while he was sitting and reflecting and contemplating under a tree called the Bodhi tree, Siddhartha Gautama had what scholars called his enlightenment. In other words, his eyes were open to the truth about the knowledge and solution to suffering. And so his name was changed from Siddhartha Gautama to the Buddha. The Buddha simply means the enlightened one. That is the meaning of the name Buddha, the enlightened one. The Buddha, when he became enlightened, had at the center of his teachings the subject of suffering. And his teachings were geared towards finding solutions to the problem of suffering, and how when his people follow his teaching, they will be able to overcome the concept or the subject or the problem of suffering. The Buddha calls these teachings the Four Noble Truths. The Four Noble Truths. And this Noble Truth was used by the Buddha to explain how suffering comes in and how suffering can be dealt with. The Four Noble Truths says that, first Noble Truth says, everything in the world involves suffering. His second Noble Truth teaching says, the cause of suffering is craving. I will explain all these things, don't worry. The third Noble Truth says, to cease suffering, craving must be removed. Which is the fourth Noble Truth. That's the third Noble Truth. And then the fourth Noble Truth says, craving can be removed through the eightfold path. So let's quickly run through the Four Noble Truths. The Buddha identifies three types of suffering. He says that as long as we are in this world, whatever we do, we will suffer. We'll suffer. We suffer because we are humans. And he says this suffering can come into three ways. What he calls ordinary suffering, suffering due to change, and then what he calls metaphysical suffering. With ordinary suffering, the Buddha says this is suffering due to the fact that we are human beings. I mean, so we are born, we started to crawl, we started to walk. Today we are old. I'm sure most of us on this platform are married with children, or if not even all of you. Or I don't know whether there's a Roman father among us anyway. But I know a lot of you will have married with children. And if you look back and you look at your own self and you see how some 10, 20 years ago, how you could do certain things, you could run, you could work for, and you don't get tired. But today, just look at children. And all of us will remember when we were children, how we can run and run and run the whole day and we don't get tired. But today, if we ask you to run, even from your sitting room to your bedroom, by the time you get to your bedroom, you are panting. Unless maybe some motivation is sending you to the bedroom, then you won't pant. And so, old age, we also fall sick, and because we are humans. The Buddha says, I mean, I don't know if anybody who says that from the day the mother gave birth to him or her up to today, he or she has never fallen sick. And that is not possible. Of course, for some people, because of their genes, they don't fall sick. Once in a while, they will fall sick. But you will fall sick all the same. And they're all suffering. Death, we die. I mean, yesterday being Saturday, I'm sure some of you attended funerals. It could be a family member, could be a colleague at the workplace, it could be a friend, it could be a schoolmate who has lost a family member and you need to go and attend. And so because we are human beings, obviously we will die. And when death comes with all manner. We suffer for it. And of course, all manner of life accidents. And so ordinary suffering could be both physical and mental. Now, as far as the Buddha is concerned, ordinary suffering is not caused by sin. It is not because somebody have committed a sin, that is why we suffer, or that we ourselves have committed a sin. No, we suffer because we are human beings, and as human beings, we will be prone to suffer, or we are prone to suffering. Then there's what you call suffering due to change. I mean, the Buddha says nothing is permanent. Nothing is permanent. So today we are happy, tomorrow we are sad. The next time we are hot, another time we are cold. Nothing is permanent. And anytime conditions change, we suffer. Physiological changes in the body due to old age. And so you see very old people, they will tell you when they were young, they were athletes. They were running 100 meters. They were running 200 meters. They were long distance runners. But today they are 80 years, they are 90 years. And they are now in wheelchair. They are now holding walking stick. Because of physiological changes in the body that is led to, suffering. Of course, the Buddha says, of course, this has to do with suffering due to change. You can be happy in one moment and then in another moment you are sad. Then what you call the metaphysical suffering. Suffering due to the nature of humans. And the Buddha says that the human has 5 elements. There's matter, there's sensation, there's mental formation, there's perception, there's consciousness. And whenever there are changes in any of this, we suffer. And so that is suffering, ordinary suffering, as the Buddha calls it, which is the first noble truth, that everything in this world involves suffering. Then the Buddha says, how do suffering come into this world? He said, we suffer because we crave. It is because of our desires. It's because of what we want. And you know, you are doing this program. By this time, I don't know whether you were able to go to church today. But you know, for many people, Sunday is a time of relaxation. On Sunday, they want to rest, relax, and enjoy life a little. But here you are, since 12 o'clock, you are glued behind your devices, listening to lectures, because you want to switch from one degree to another, so as to better your life. So as to better your life. Yes, Fumi, what you want to ask a question? Fumi. Yeah, Fumi, you have your, okay. It was a mistake. And Stella, is Stella even there? Because the hand has been up for almost 1 hour now. So the Buddha says, we crave because of what we want to become. Now, this explanation by the Buddha is not to tell the origin of suffering like the Adamic myth. Not necessarily so. It is not like the Adamic myth as though we suffer because, not necessarily. But the Buddha is making the point that we suffer because of our cravings. And according to the Buddha, the reality of suffering is not theological also, but a practical manifestation of how humans desire to get whatever they so desire. Whatever they so desire. And so you want to have a degree. Obviously, you cannot get it on a silver platter. You want to buy a car. You must sacrifice. You must save. You must cut certain lifestyle. You want to be whatever you want to be. So you are craving to become. And obviously that craving to become will not come on a silver platter. It will come with some sacrifice. And that obviously will lead to suffering. Now the Buddha says, how do we overcome this suffering? He says, we can only overcome this suffering if that craving, that desire in us is removed. Is removed. So they crave to become. They crave to want to have material things. They crave to want to be like your friend. They crave to want to drive in a luxurious vehicle. That craving that will lead you to suffer, you must kill that craving, that desire. Now the Buddha goes on to say that, how can that craving go? That brings us to his fourth noble truth. He says, for the cravings to go, you must follow or observe what he calls the eightfold path. The eightfold path. Now, the eightfold path is broken down into three sections. We have the wisdom section, we have the ethical section, and then we have the concentration section. The ethical section, the wisdom section, sorry, is made up of two of the eightfold paths: right view, right thought, or aspirations. So the Buddha says, to overcome suffering, you have to avoid wrong views. In other words, you need to accept the teachings of the Buddha, which he calls the Dharma of the Buddha, so as to overcome wrong views and embrace right views. So you must direct the mind at the teachings to discover the truth, as the Buddha did. As the Buddha did. So that is the wisdom section: right views, right thoughts. The second section is the ethical section. This has three of the eightfold paths: right speech, right action, and right livelihood. Right speech, right action, and right livelihood. Now, this section will allow a Buddhist to desist from telling lies. So, right speech, and be circumspect in how one speaks. It will also allows you to do your things well. Whatever action you are taking should be right. And of course, what will be your livelihood? How do you earn your living? Is it legitimate or is illegitimate? The Buddha says, whatever you do for a living should be legitimate and not through foul means like stealing or some other foul means. Now, the idea behind the ethical section is that one should not cause suffering to any person. And this idea is gleaned from the Hindu concept of or doctrine of ahimsa. Ahimsa is the Hindu concept or doctrine of non-violence. I don't know whether you are aware of the Indian Hindu nationalist leader, Mahatma Gandhi. Now, Mahatma Gandhi was one person who popularized this doctrine of ahimsa, where you are not supposed to cause harm to any other person. Yes, Nat, let me hear you. Nat,
Sorry,
you have your
sir.
hand up.
I'm sorry, Doc.
Okay. Then this takes us to the last section in the Eightfold Path, what we call the concentration section. This also consists of 3: right effort, right mindfulness, and then right concentration. Now, this section allows a Buddhist to have a concentrated mind through a series of yogic exercises. Now, yoga is a practice that enables a person to control his or her desires. So, when you join a yoga class, you are taught how to sit, concentrate your mind on something, and free your mind of all distractions. And people who practice yoga are able to control their desires. They're able to control their desires. And so yoga helps to gain mystical knowledge also, which will help to lift the person from suffering, to know the nature of the world and human beings. And so the Buddha, in his noble truth, is saying that if you follow his prescription, you'll be able to escape from the clutches of suffering. And so we can see that in both Christianity and in both Buddhism, suffering as a concept exists. And each has its way of dealing with the subject or the top concept of suffering. Any question, please? Any question, please?
No question, sir.
Please, no question.
Okay. So it's 3:47 on my watch. We will continue our lectures from next week, which will conclude the discussion. So next week, we'll conclude suffering using, this time, Islam, and then we will finally complete by looking at sacrifice in the world's religions. So if there's no question, and I believe I have succeeded in making you to understand the subject we have treated today. Yes, Comfort, there's a hand up. Comfort.
Yes, Prof.
Yes.
Looking at the steps given by Buddha they seem practical. Like, if you want to avoid suffering, then you adopt the right view, and you practice yoga. Then the concentration. But when we come to the Christianity, the practical steps, it's like we should follow the steps of Jesus to overcome suffering. For instance, the way he chased the people out of the temple for selling, for enslaving others. Are they all? Thank you.
Well, a very interesting question. Well, today, if you go into a church and you take a cane or a stick and whip people, you could be charged for assault. Yeah, you could be charged for assault. If a pastor says that, oh, my church members have turned my church into a place of gambling and start to beat them up, obviously they could go to police station and report you for assault, and you could find yourself in trouble. So I'm not sure that is what Jesus's example is seeking to do. But his example of fighting social ills. So there are people who are up in arms against government. Government is sitting back and allowing, for example, our water bodies to be polluted. And then there are people who are up fighting government, taking on government. I mean, even taking government to court, asking government to do what is right. So there are people who are fighting against social injustice. But and of course, we are in a democracy. We are in a rule of law. You cannot take the law into your hands and beat up people because you disagree with them or they disagree with you. That will not be right. So what Jesus's example is not about using cane to whip up, to go and beat up people in the temple. If you do that today, you may find yourself on the wrong side of the law. Yes, there's another hand. I can't see. What's the name? Please go on. Is it Entiwa? There's another hand. I can't see the name well. Can the person speak, please? Yes, Enti. I think you have your hand up. Or you mistakenly put it up. Okay. Any other question?
Please, it was a mistake.
Okay, thank you.
It was a mistake.
Don't worry, that's fine. That's fine. So, is there any other question? Well, if there's no other question, then like I said, we will complete our discussions, God willing, next week, same time, 12 o'clock. We will look at suffering in Islam and then complete the discussions with sacrifice in the world's religions. So on that note, thank you for indulging me today. We'll continue, God willing, next week. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye,
Thank you. To
sir.
bless you.
Sir.
Let me remind Israel, I'm not sure he was able to join today, to repost
God bless you.
the slides for those who don't have it, please.
Hello? Hello? Then I'm not.